stuck again, but I'm supposed to think I'm on the lucky end.
Hi guys.
Of the bargain I don't want.
It's Saturday.
What to
I hope
do?
you had a good Friday. I hope your week has been well. And I hope you are ready for whatever the hell this stream is going to be. My dear friend, my dear good friend Rex, has been talking nonstop about the Stanley Parable. And as we all know, I am heavily and very easily influenced. So we're gonna play Stanley Parable. We're gonna play Ultra Deluxe Edition. Cause that's the one I got. Oh my god. You're gonna sit with me while the 7 gigs installs, because I actually didn't install this game before I started the stream. I know, I'm so smart. Best streamer ever. Don't worry, my computer downloads fast, and who wouldn't want to spend time with all of you, you know? Autism demon? You are an autism demon. We are all autism demons here. This is the place where the autism demons coalesce. Classic Caddy moment. Rah! Rah! Look at I love all the little blobs. And then there's just Monica. Just Monica. But it shouldn't be long now. It shouldn't be long. Classic Caddy moment, I know, but it shouldn't be long. Also, I'd say I'm very excited for tomorrow, which is technically today, because we're gonna be playing Pal World with Persephone. But I think on Sunday we'll play Mass Effect, and I think on Monday we'll play Minecraft. I think we'll have a little bit of a Minecraft Monday moment. Just me, bitches. Yeah. Just you. Yeah, it's already 90% complete. So, we barely have to wait. We're good. This game is on the Nintendo Switch? Why is the Switch just taking... Okay. Switch really wants to be not just a Nintendo console. To me, it will always just be a Nintendo console, though. Okay. Guys, we're Stanleying it. Guys, we're Stanleying it. English subtitles, please. Off is also on it? Oh, gosh. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Yes. There we go. I just went to Bayou Peak and I see someone beat me to it. Yeah, that might have been myself because I saw it was on sale. Enter the current time. It is 12:37. You got Peak today? Do you... Rex, we need to play together. We need to play together after I play with Winter next Saturday, because I want to play for my first time with Winter. Ads are evil. Oh shit. The time is actually 1 more minute than that. Can I reset that? 1 second. No. Is that stuck being the time? I think so. Okay, we're gonna be 1 minute behind the entire game. Yeah, just subscribe with Twitch Prime. Did you know that if you have Prime that you can subscribe for free? Speaking of priming, that is not who's running.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Stanley?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard.
God, I wish that was me.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment of the orders, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley
Aww.
was happy.
And he was happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would
Turn him
forever
up?
change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He
How's
had been
that?
at his desk for nearly an hour when he
Thank you
realized
for
that
the
not one
thank you for the sub with
single
Prime.
order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at
Thank
the
you for the
company
subs,
had
Crowe.
this happened. This complete isolation.
I got
Something
grilled
was
cheese.
very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Now I'm gonna eat. See, I'm getting redeems, narrator. I gotta let me eat, let me drink. I gotta hydrate. Pretty sure he gets mad at me. I want him to be mad at me. Click, click, click. Nice mug. I heard an elevator ding. Close the door.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell
Hello,
under his
Nico.
responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end.
a game
He
about
will be
Stanley.
spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh. Okay. Okay, I'll play the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I flipped an emote and now I have the shit dab. And now I can have shit dabbed on. Fuck yeah. Is it a puzzle game? I don't rightly know. I played this game once when it first released. And then I watched like a Markiplier video on it. And then I hadn't played it and touched it in years. And this is the Ultra Deluxe Edition. So we'll find out what the game is while we play the game, I suppose. ADHD, the video game. What in? Someone was escaping.
When Stanley came to a set of two
No.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Ooh.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a
There's an
few
achievement
moments
to play
here
the
in this
game and then
immaculate,
not play it for
beautifully
5
constructed
years.
room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I need to... See, I'm not on my original game, so my fiance would have to be the one to open the game up, because I had originally bought it and played on the
really,
account that
really worth it being
she
here in the
has.
room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
No drinky drink? So sad.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I'm not really a fan of Dark Souls-like games. I like, roguelike
But at
games,
last, he'd had
but
enough of the amazing
not
room
Dark
and
Souls-like
took the
games.
first open door
Or
on his
I guess
left
they're just
to
called
get back to
Souls-like.
business. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yo, nuts out. Yeah, I also, if
But
there's
Stanley
an option
didn't
to
want to
play
go
a game
back to
on
the
easy, I
office.
will usually
He
play
wanted
it
to
on
wander
easy.
about and get even further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
I want to go somewhere else. Damn, man.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Oops. Narrator overspoke.
No, not the
Good.
right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left,
I normally like
down,
playing on easy
left,
mode.
Right. Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Yeah, kind of. Basically, the narrator is trying to tell a story, and you're supposed to be the character who follows the story. Right now, we're doing what he doesn't want us to do, or at least trying to. Yippee!
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Damn it. Oh well. Fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
No.
Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
So many rooms, so many options. Oh my goodness. I want that one. I have dreams that are like this sometimes.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can
Honestly,
promise
not
you
really.
there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
No,
Well, I
like
find
this.
it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, I just saw that it looped. Yeah, Backrooms Dreams.
All
I
of his
have-
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want in the 420 room. Yeah, I have dreams where I am being chased by something. And I'm like running through a consistent loop of hallways and doors and rooms.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
No doors.
I might
just
be
room.
remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind.
Dead end.
Not the story. Okay, let's head
Banned
back the
from
other
420.
way and retrace our steps.
According to psychology, that means you like boys. No! I did a good drinky drink. At least I have water this time. Let's be. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Maybe.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Yes, I won the game.
I know you put in a
No,
lot of
don't
hard
call
work,
me a
and
dirty
it
boy
really paid off.
kisser.
So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
I'm just, like,
I don't
really
care
good at
what
this
might
game.
happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Wait, can I play solitaire? No. That's so sad. I think there's ends to this game.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
I'm not sure where any
You know
of this
what?
is going, dude.
I think what we need right now
But
is
it's
a bit of
going.
music to lighten the mood.
Huh? Bad hole.
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I think I've studied it. The poor music.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, No, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Is this where the line starts? Oh my god, yeah. One day I gotta play the mod version of this game, like the OG one. Yeah. Line TM. This. Oh.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
I'm getting a lot of restarts.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh,
420 door?
This all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I want to walk.
Oh, no, not you again.
Oh, UTM.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
Homoerotic.
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
I can do that.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this?
Oh.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
I don't think he will.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Not until you restart.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
He forgot.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Awaiting input. I guess I gotta do that a couple more times.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I wonder where the story is.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wow. I look like none of those people.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What the fuck? That's just red light. I kind of want to go up there. Go down there. Oh. I don't usually follow the story.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ooh. Ignore me mashing my head into a wall. I couldn't see. It was dark. Oh? What? Okay. It's just a little past. Okay. I thought there was something back there. Synergize!
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Starting to look like Portal.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
We can always do it again.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end.
You
to his
can't
brief
jump.
and
No,
shallow
seriously, we
life.
disabled it. Fuck.
Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator,
Oh.
as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Nature paintings. The Office. Oh. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. If there were a specific line I'm thinking of is said, "I'm very normal about this ending." I forgot if it's this one that says it, but God. Give a minute for these amazing, amazing people. Maintenance room. Oh, that's an early version. In December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement and the game's delay. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the game would lead to a different ending. We also wanted the option of them falling to their death. I made it to the dev room fast, man. This is in every version of the game, by the way. Oh. I love leading to the confusion ending. Apparently it's in the mod. I know it was in the OG, and it's also in this one. Ooh. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon it and change it again. Oh. I've never been there. That looks like a Portal game. Which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Ooh. Okay. Okay. This is like a sneak peek of everything.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
That's gay.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
That's so
Listen to
gay.
me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
I want to play the game. Kicking
All of
my
his
fucking
co-workers
feet.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Oh my god, we're on a little roller coaster ride.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Brick.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I get to jump?
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god, 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 yay. Jump, 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 jump. No more jumps. I can't jump anymore, guys. Guess that was new content.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying
That's
the new
it?
content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Let's do it. Gay. Oh, my goodness.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Oh,
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
What the
Take a
fuck?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally
Russian.
launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Indie Box Collector's Edition. Oh. That The Last of Us, and they put Stanley Parable over it. Okay. Oh, the demo. Deals tough choices. Oh. Why does he have a picture of Stanley dead on the ground? This is gay. Oh.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even...
Skyrim and Persona 3 feel so pointed to my games library. I don't know if he always says those games, or if they had him redo that line. No games. Games, but no games. So you can have unlimited games. All games, but no games.
the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I want to go in the maintenance room. I thought that was the French flag for a second. I got scared.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
That's how I feel about a lot of remakes. The serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I think you took that first one.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear.
Light and airy.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Aww.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
No, it's a good game.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes.
And there it
Yes, I
goes.
think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it.
Yeah, I would say a treatise.
But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a
Definitely.
mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor.
Perfect.
It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
If I wasn't able to
manifesto.
walk in a square, I would be so bored.
Manifesto. Treatise. 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 Manifesto. Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
You're not gonna keep talking, buddy? Am I just gonna skip nothing?
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was.
Well, figure it out.
Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right?
Can you let him
Me
talk?
talking, you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
I know I've said this a million times, but this man's gay. Poor boy. I sit in silence with him. My impatient ass. I can hit the button now. I'll hit the button.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you
Oh.
ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid, as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Gay man's angry. Guys, I think he's angry. Anyway. How many tens of years has it been now? Yeah. Divorce. Frowning. Yeah, this is sad. Your Pookie Bear's upset, man. Hit it. He's not talking to me anymore. I wish there was a way to get the fuck out of here.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Oh. End is never the end. I want out. Oh. Beautiful. What ruined all of it? Stanley's gonna die here. Yeah, I fucking might. I'm just gonna freeze again because this is scary. Oh. Oh. Oh! I'm out. I'm free. Narrator. Oh. Oh my god. It's Doom. You'll be in the Sahara. Oh. End is never the end. Oh, we're back.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
That was different. New content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, let's actually play the game.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
It's
He
comfy.
wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to
Stanley
interact with,
goes in
he'd
the
be
closet.
justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
POV Stanley in the closet.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I like women. Fine, I'll come out of the closet.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. It didn't
yeah.
even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
But you made it. The broom closet is a thing.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
They won't.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Hey.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
No, I'm not. You're just straight, man.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
But I'm straight. I love women. 8,600. Oh, wow. Yeah, considering it, like, didn't just multiply, quadruple, I don't doubt. Okay.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
Hey.
So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Called out on main.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
One button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable.
Never!
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Let's go turn this shit off. 5? Five. 3. 1, 2. So it's 5. Do we have to do in reverse order? I don't know what the order is for it. Oh, it's not gonna let me go up there. Is there like a code? Is that a secret code? This one makes a different number, or a different noise, so I'm assuming it's something. No. This area is so dark. Oh. There's just another note. Okay.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Yippee!
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed
the rocks
to
and
know.
everything are so pretty.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Oh my god, I completed the Stanley Parable? It's over? Haha.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Too far, but I'll nudge you next reset. Okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do,
I thought it'd be funny to
Stanley
die.
leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I am, thank you. Thank you. I am super powerful and in control. Okay, what do I do?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so you can get on the desks. Oh, there's the input thing. I found it again. I was wondering where that was.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
How do I get on the desks? Who farted? Oh, did it! I am on the desks. Go out the window?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you
We'll
just
figure
played
that
the
out.
other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well, now,
I'm pretty lucky.
I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. I just start playing music. We start busting it down right outside the window. Funky style. This game low-key kind of gnarly. LOL. Hi, Shiny. Rex, am I allowed to be sick of this gag? Restart. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
recreated
memo.
gnarly. No, I know. One second, I'm looking for something. I was looking for the input computer.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay, maybe. There. And I'm here again.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Perfect.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
set now? Okay. Is this gnarly for you? This Borderland medieval tavern music is gnarly.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is
What
it?
do you mean?
Is this Stanley's office?
What do you mean? This is the right office. Let me in the 420. Let me in the 420 door.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it
Little
about this
spinnies in the
room
lounge.
that called so? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot
just
here.
go backwards
I'm
and
not
let
your
things
enemy, really,
go
I'm
in
not.
without you.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yeah.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out
There's another one over
specifically
there.
for you? Do you not think I put a lot of
Over
time into
there.
that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I love it.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
Oh.
You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh, the Stanley Parable leaderboard. Oh my god. Where am I? This is you. Oh wow. I'm objectively ranked last. Friends list empty.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
No, I
Again,
hated it.
honest answers, please.
I hated
Hey,
it.
I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
It's an ugly
You
looking
click
baby.
the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4
Shiny,
hours.
not only
so
are
why
people
don't
freaky
you
about
give
the
it 4 hours
director,
of play to make sure it's effective? Be
people in my
sure to
chat
keep notes on your experience.
are freaky about the director. Yeah.
You heartless bastard. Did
I
you
don't like
do
the
it because you
cry.
hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Oh?
Let's see. What do we have here?
What game? What game are we playing?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I had an Oreo shake. I am jealous of you. I am so jealous of you. You're literally just playing a whole different game. I thought it was gonna be Minecraft. It's sad. I wanted to play Minecraft.
Oh, no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing, that big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Is this Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to
Could've
get
at least
lost
done
in
an
this game,
Overwatch
I will be phenomenally impressed.
Could have been an Overwatch match.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Yay! Whippy! Yippee, 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 yippee. Okay, it's just gonna roll it.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Yeah.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Yes.
Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Yay!
Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Yippee, yippee.
More balls!
Balls. More balls.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
I am actually having
Well, I
fun.
sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over.
What?
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my
Aw.
game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley.
Damn,
Besides,
okay, Dad.
You need someone like
should
me
I
to
say
set
Daddy?
boundaries for you.
I'm so
Without
sorry,
rules
Dad.
or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And
Oh,
since you
damn.
decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you
can't
like
kick
it
me
when
out of
I'm
my
not
own
around to
chat.
set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Oh, we gotta stay here though? Can you give me a ball? No balls. I'm in exile. Fine.
Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
Oh. Abandonment. Welcome to the Half-Life 2 mod. LOL. Wait, 420. Five. Okay. God damn it. Before I started stream, I watched K-pop Demon Hunters finally, and I have golden stuck in my fucking head. Oh, light. Don't let the gold corrupt you. I know. I have to be strong. Oh my god, I'm my own creator. Stanley, go live! The golden half moon will be real in 45 minutes, bro. No!
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him.
What if the Han
He
moon was
needs me.
gnarly?
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
So can I. I love toxic homoerotic men. Same.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Don't make me paranoid like that, man. I feel like the new content door keeps opening wider and wider.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fluffles, thank you
Yet
for
there
the
was not a
raid.
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase,
hi.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
For everyone coming in, hello, my name is Crowe. You can also call me Caddy, and I'm a non-binary demon VTuber. We're currently playing Stanley Parable, the Deluxe Edition, Ultra Deluxe Edition. We haven't gone through a lot of the new content, but we're going through most of the base content right now. Fluffle, what were you streaming? And I hope you had fun. I'm vegging out, so I send the goobers to you. Totally valid. I hope you have a good time vegging out, and I hope that your stream was lovely. I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm not listening to this man. Did some abiotic. Ooh.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
It's just a dream.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Ooh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Trippy.
And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams,
Maybe.
the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself. Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Yeah. Keep saying words of affirmation to yourself, buddy. Very important.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got
Have
dressed,
also have an
gathered her
office, no.
belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Okay.
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
God, I wish that was me.
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Shit. Okay, Miriam. I see how it is.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
I like work, I just hate my boss. LOL. Imagine your boss comes up and you have that on your desk.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
My ADHD
Perhaps he wanted
to
to stop by the
go.
employee lounge first, just to admire it.
No.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
No.
Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I must. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
She?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Oh.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press Q on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press I.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Oh.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
H.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend some time with
So
the boys.
he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Z.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I love you.
But there is no answer.
Oh.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Fifth Annual Subcommittee Meeting of Internal Revenue Analysis for Committees of the Royal Revenue Discussions Club. Oh, that's so fucking boring. Jesus. Okay, like I wouldn't press a button, dude, but like plot.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must.
You can try.
Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I guess I died. Shit, chat, we dead.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Sure, tell me how to get it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We are on a mission, chat.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ha ha ha. I knew it was in there. I knew it was that one.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Even he's skipping it. Even my man's is like, okay, I'm done with this. You can hear me monologue, but God forbid. God forbid we take a couple extra seconds to do a code, to do a puzzle.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Lights.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Cameras.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
That one's fucked up. Action.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No,
Maybe.
he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
It's missing no artifact.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley,
Isn't that what we all
I
want?
applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
And we're dead. And we are dead. Was there... Is that the only way to do that? Was there something I was supposed to do there? No? I'm guessing...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh!
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
All the computers are fucky now. If you do it again, he comments on it, makes fun of you. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. Giddy but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What other options are there for me to do other than new content? Oh! Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Nice executive bathroom.
Here's the door, just go.
Just go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape
Escape.
written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Not if I
The door
escape.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
But I will escape.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yippee! Now, what do you mean I just have to keep walking backwards?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't
What do
know
you
the
mean
real
backing
story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief
Not
and
here.
shadowed life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a
If you want 'em,
single
man.
visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Let me... It's gonna tell me. Yeah. We'll reset the game. We'll drag you in here.
Now the stream is now muted, so I don't hear you again.
Yeah. And we'll
Okay.
stream the game to you so that you don't get lag.
Oh, epic. Let me get rid of this then.
Someone was
Okay.
following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he
So-
checked over his shoulder now,
This
he
would
would
work
surely
over
catch
here.
them. It was only a matter of time.
So, I found an ending I did not know about
Ooh.
that's connected to the one that you were just at. Not the museum one, but the boss's ending one. There's also the boss's elevator one that you still need to get. There's also
When
all the
Stanley
endings
came to a set of two open
the
doors,
right.
he entered the door on his left.
The right ones will be easier to grab if you want to grab those first.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
So
stop
when I
by
was
the
saying,
employee
like, where
lounge
you
first,
died at,
just
I
to
meant where you
admire it.
fell off.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps but
so
eager to
straight
get back
ahead?
to business. Stanley took
Yeah,
the
yeah.
first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
Okay.
incredible he wasn't fired years
So
ago.
when you get on this thing, immediately get off. Just immediately back off.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
I just wanted to hear that comment. I didn't. Can you go
Come
backwards,
on.
actually?
I'm
please?
sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
Wait, sorry. Are you able to go back?
Nope.
Okay. Kill yourself. For his amusement.
Yippee! Killing myself for a Gilf's amusement.
Looks like I was
Woo!
wrong. How clumsy of me.
I love that little interaction.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Let me pull up the ending list.
Maybe one day the
Stanley
420
went
door will
around
open.
touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Okay. Go to the left.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
A lot of the endings are connected to the boss's office stuff, but you would not have
Yet
gotten
there was
any
not
of
a
these
single
without
person
help.
here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to
cannot
go
help you
up to
too.
his boss's office. Coming to a staircase,
Okay,
Stanley walked
so when you get
upstairs
to
to
the
his
boss's
boss's
office-
office.
When you are about to enter the door, back out. Like, enter and back out immediately. And just keep trying to do that until you either get trapped or... Come on. You might, yeah, I think you had to go further.
Here's the door.
you go. Now go backwards.
Wow, I'm not used to being able to go this far backwards.
Yeah. You trapped him in the office.
Oh, he's trapped in there?
In there.
I'm gonna go back to my office. I'm gonna click buttons. My evil, sinister plan to get away. Oh? I'm leaving. Yippee.
Yeah. You're finally free.
Finally.
No more gilf.
No more gilf. No more horny gay man in my ear.
He's been replaced by another horny game.
No, literally, yeah. Jesus,
I need to
so
bring
many
up the
stairs.
stream just to look at the chat.
Huh?
I want to bring up the stream just so I can watch that.
Yeah. Okay. Almost to 760. Ow, my legs are hurting. Escape pod. I have to look at the door to make sure I'm still walking.
Yeah, it's very dark.
Who turned out the lights? Oh.
There we go.
Oh. 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 Oh, I'm in heaven. Booba.
Welcome to heaven.
I am in heaven. Buttons. They're just preaching about buttons. Must press the button. I pressed enough buttons that I got the button ending.
Button.
Do I have to reset when I want to leave?
I think so. I'm not sure. I would assume so, though.
Buttons. Oh, I can go back in any time?
Yeah, apparently.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
So real. We're gonna keep going to the boss's office.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
In the boss's office. Okay.
So you're going to go inside, and you're going to ride the elevator 3
Here's
times.
the door, just go.
You're going to go up and down 3 times.
Elevator simulator. Woo!
I know he does elevator music at some point. I don't know where it's at.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
I love him.
I know you do.
Incredible.
You're so normal
Now
about
he's
him.
getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Now you go back there.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Oh, okay.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
I need a moment. It's a spooky ass corridor.
It's so scary.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Oh. He needs a moment, guys. He needs a bit. This is a lot.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
Jesus. I think he needs more time.
I love just how... Oh my god.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Oh, master.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown
I
stale
love
and
this man,
repetitive.
Sarcasm. I love this
Yeah.
man.
He's dripping with it. If only he'd be dripping with something else.
It's the fact he doesn't even comment.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense,
Oh.
the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Ooh.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build
Where's
a
the
slow and
homoerotic?
nuanced appreciation
Uh-huh.
for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you.
Aw.
You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see,
Wow.
I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model,
Yeah.
you know? People look up to you.
Yeah.
Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference
Oh, I
for
thought
you,
he was gonna
so that you can
confess.
talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh,
Oh.
good, we're here.
Because it's
Okay,
bad.
the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
How we did it, the pyramids.
By the way, pretty much every ending that we've gotten, except for a few,
Uh-huh.
we're gonna have to do
Yes,
again
here
with
it is, just
the
through
bucket.
this door.
With what?
With the bucket. You'll get the bucket later.
Okay.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart.
Why'd my boss write it
I'm
twice?
really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get
Stanley,
'em.
me, Dad, age 6. Story. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get 'em, Tiger. Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending. So, the narrator? Remember where you came from? Okay. Ooh, golf. Oh, wait, no, it's the adventure line.
Yeah. Adventure line golf. Nice the ball over there.
No, literally. I wish I could pick this up and just golf. The dude who came with pizza.
It's like a WWE thing.
Gotta go so much stuff. I like the idea that he had a heart attack.
Yeah. Like he couldn't take it.
All of his co-workers were
Yeah.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Great
decided to
news.
go to the
You're
meeting room.
going
Perhaps he had
back
simply
to the
missed a memo.
Yay. I'm so excited.
I think we're almost done with the boss.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered
Okay, yeah,
the
this
door
is
on
our
his
last
left.
one for the boss's office. Okay.
Yippee, 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 yippee.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided
So
to go
you know
up to
how I
his
made
boss.
you
Coming
get
to
up
a
on the
staircase,
desk?
Stanley
Yeah.
walked upstairs to his boss's
Okay.
office.
So when you get to the mind control facility, there is a way to do that somewhere. And
Here's the door, just go.
Yeah. It used to be a bug, but now it's like an whole ending. So
That's
but now
hilarious.
now he comments on it and everything.
Stanley
a
walked
bug,
straight
it's a
ahead through the
feature.
large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Lights.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Try it right there.
What
'cause I'm not sure if
horrible
it's there
secret did
or
this
if
place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Do I jump?
Okay, there you go. Now, yep. Just jump off.
Yippee! Oh.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
Yippee!
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Oh.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier
Oh.
and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
I did it.
Yippee.
Good job.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the
What are we
meeting
doing
room,
now?
and Stanley knew it perfectly
Okay,
well.
so now you're
Perhaps
going
he
the
wanted to
other
stop by
way.
the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge.
You're
But
gonna go
eager to get
forward.
back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Don't
Stanley
go
was so
stop.
bad at following directions, it's
Stop.
incredible he
Huh?
wasn't fired years ago.
I said stop, but okay.
Oh.
because I needed to see if there's something there, because I don't remember where this is at. They're looking for a vent.
True.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
For
gotten off on
now,
the wrong foot
just
here.
go onto the catwalk
I'm
when
not
you
your
can.
enemy, really, I'm
Hit that
not.
in.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
You're
I don't know
an
how to
evil,
convince you
homoerotic
of this, but
gay
I
man. You
really
want
do
horrible,
want to help
nasty
you,
things
to show
from
you
me.
something beautiful. Look, let
Go
me
right.
prove it. Let me
Go on the
prove
right.
that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't.
I have wanted to make you happy all this time, knowing that this specific area of choices I was making, if I didn't go through the catwalk, would have him making fun of me for not having a wife.
And here, running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Go through the door. Don't ignore it.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Ooh.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
It's pretty. This is what a gay
Very
man
pretty.
thinks is pretty. Blue blobs. Balls. They're balls.
That's why he thinks it's pretty.
Ooh. More balls. Bye, cloud of balls.
Feel free to leave.
Feel free to leave. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the narrator's happy place.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you
My
hurt
ADHD.
yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Sorry.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
07.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. No.
You want
No,
See
no,
something
what are you
real
doing,
sad?
Stanley?
Huh.
Please, I'm asking you not to take this
can go
away
back.
from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
I love them slower now. Because it broke my legs.
I'm pretty sure he comments on this.
Ooh.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
But ADHD.
And now you can go kill yourself.
Yay! I can jump.
Yeah, we're
Stanley,
in the
go
jump
back.
circle
There's
again.
nothing good that can come from this.
Now I get to make the grueling slog. Whoa.
Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Ugh. These stairs, man. Ugh.
They're really killer.
Oh, yeah. Well, Geronimo!
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Oh my god, I'm even slower.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
My back.
I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Oh, he started the tiny balls again. I'm out. I don't need your micro balls.
No, perhaps not.
Hobbling like an old man.
My God,
Oof.
is this really how much you dislike my game?
It's not a game.
That you'll
You're
throw
showing me
yourself from this
colors.
platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
I mean, it's really
Am I
fun.
reading the situation correctly?
No. Reading the situation pretty selfishly. What if I just want to jump, dude?
You're the most toxic, homoerotic man I can think of.
Cannibal! Fuck.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It
Can I
looks
have a
like you
lower
wanted to make a
platform?
choice after all.
It's a lot of stairs.
Well, this one is yours.
Oh. Could put a bouncy castle at the bottom. That'd make it fun. But no.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
He sounded so sad.
All of his co-workers were gone.
You took
What
away
could it
his
mean?
happiness.
I
Stanley
took away
decided to
his
go to the
little
meeting room. Perhaps he had
observatory.
simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office,
Just the
but it didn't
420
make a
door.
single difference, nor did it advance the story. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, so go straight, but just wait
And
a
so
minute.
he
'cause I'm having
detoured
to
through the
read
maintenance
the
section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door,
always come
and
stuff.
got back on track.
So, oh, here's one. Oh. Wait, can you not go backward?
Nope.
No. Can you just restart? Because I'm...
Yeah. He'll be fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Narrator will
Stanley
be fine.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
So
simply
you're
missed a
gonna go
memo.
to the phone ending, but you're not gonna answer the phone.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
I'm
knew it
not
perfectly
calling my
well.
way.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
Yeah, you're
employee
not
lounge
calling your
first,
way.
just to
Yeah,
admire it.
I'm gay anyways. It's fine. I've
It
come
was
out of the
okay.
closet. Can't you see?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Is there like a key card that I can find somewhere?
I don't think so.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else
love
can
the
be
way he says,
difficult,
really, I'm
but the
not.
fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Okay, so
That's
go
her,
unplug it.
Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that?
I did it.
You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits.
That is not how that happened.
Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
You caught me.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
No.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also
I'm not
be
a
the
real
most
person.
dangerous.
I'm 500
For example,
rats in a trench coat.
in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic.
The second one.
If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
I do not.
Do you make more than 8? Less?
Less.
And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant.
Got it.
And the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
I love the way the door is animated.
Oh,
now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
That was funny.
That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Wonder what that long stretch is for.
After this, we're going into new content.
Ooh.
At least for a bit.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Sure, that's what
I'm
Stanley
quite
would
sure
do.
you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, so do I enter the door on my right again?
You can do whatever.
Oh.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled,
The fucking
Stanley
panda?
wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Let me in. I know it can't actually hear me.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
What's the button to speak, man?
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Yeah, he's
You
muted.
didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Yo. Looked cool for a second. Oh. Well, you didn't shut it down properly.
Oh! I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought
I'm
hadn't
sorry,
even
he's your little
occurred to
gay
you, had
boy.
it? That there's a world outside of you. You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Oh.
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right.
Sorry, Leroy.
I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
New content.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were
I'm
gone.
gonna mute for a minute.
What
while
could
you
it
go through
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
No.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ah. Oh.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Probably. Taste the sequel.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh, logo ideas. Oh, wow. Okay, so, now I see what they're doing. They're just stealing from other games. Got it. I only realized with this one that they're taking from Resident Evil.
You're so normal.
Now, to be clear,
I
haven't quite
am
nailed
normal
down
for
what
recognizing
exactly the
logos
Stanley
of
Parable
games.
2 is going to be.
Thank you.
But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
I would not
I
have
figure
realized.
that if I
To
can
be
loosely
honest,
organize
I
a
did not
handful of
already
interesting
know.
concepts,
I don't
that
recognize.
surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around
games
them.
are my
It'll
passion.
all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Oh, wow. Oh, the bus.
A lot of the other endings that we could have gotten that are
Here we are.
that we haven't
Go
gotten
on,
yet
try out some of the new features.
is only unlocked through this.
Oh. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game? I don't think you could say my name.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful? Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of
I'm
this
Jim
feature.
Halpert.
Just
I am
play
Jim
along.
Halpert.
I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind,
I am
forget
from the
whoever
office.
you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I am from
I
the
want you to
office.
imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in
Love
love
my
and being
wife, Pam.
heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim,
I
and
feel
as
God in
Jim
this
watching
Chili's
your
tonight.
dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I'm Jimming
If
it.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
I'm Jimming. Wow, it said my name.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
It would have been so funny if it just had like if they made an AI voice of the narrator and then only used it for that button, that would be really fucking funny. Like they had him record enough vowels and stuff that they could just mesh it together, and it sounds really bad. Like it's not a well done AI voice.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Reassurance bucket. Infinite hole. Free achievement. I love free achievements.
Free achievement.
Pull the lever to receive the new achievement. No more
Now,
steps.
here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you
thought that
the
was in a back alley.
achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Like it feels
Okay,
like it's in a
perhaps I
back
should have
alley.
clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature.
Satisfy me.
Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
He's just one man. He's doing his best.
Not better. Not good enough. Give me the fucking achievement.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Please, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well Sunday.
You know,
Stephanie's.
sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Wow.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
This t-shirt is the best new feature. Okay, I want the infinity hole. Wait, no, I want the bucket.
I think you should go to the hole first.
Okay. Hole
The bucket
first, then
changes.
bucket.
Yeah, the bucket changes endings. That's why I say that.
Ah.
And I forget if you. I mean, you can put the bucket down, obviously, but I don't remember how easy it is.
Science.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Yoop.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
Will he keep talking for
Maybe
the
do
next
it on
5
the
minutes?
Sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
We'll keep talking for a bit.
Because I could go smoke weed.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the
Oh, no.
infinite nature of the hole. Is it
there
a
an
very,
end?
very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say
going
that it
so
isn't
fast,
an
it looks like we're going
astonishingly
slower.
deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You
I
found me
couldn't
out,
go
Stanley.
smoke.
I'm
Cigarette
a liar and a
butts.
cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person
Oh, there it
actually
is.
wants to fall infinitely?
Yep.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Oh?
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you
back in.
even... Oh, for heaven... You see? I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Oh.
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
It
I couldn't
is.
help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before.
Circle's
I mean,
bigger.
admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, How could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
My thoughts exactly.
Well,
it's
there it
exactly what I
is.
was going.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're
It's a
obsessed
little
with holes,
pet.
but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch.
It doesn't.
Oh, who am I to judge?
Oh, fuck,
You
I'm
just
stuck.
do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not
There,
working?
I'm stuck.
You sure?
I'm stuck.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What the
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
No!
You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else.
Don't leave me.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I? Narrator? Narrator? I'm in the kiddie pool. What's with the ominous music? Shit. The hole gets bigger.
There he is.
There he is.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
Oh my god.
using up this space of mine.
Oh.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger.
Weezer.
Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine.
Oh, he's upside down.
Oh.
My head's stronger.
Um.
You're no longer using up the space
Oh, I love that one. Oh, it was doing that?
Oh.
Stanley? Stanley?
I'm having a great time. Leave me alone. Oh,
Oh, good, you're awake.
Oh, I
It
was in
seems
the
you had sort
pit.
of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we
no.
can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating but I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single
I was
minute.
having fun.
So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the whole?
We're gonna go in and out from
the
that
looks
and
of things,
this.
you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Toodle pip.
Toodle pip.
The fucking thoughts creep in. Oh. And we're back.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I loved that. The jump circle! Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And you are here. I don't have any jumps remaining.
You know what?
Aw.
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Give me my jumps back, asshole! I used to have hoop dreams until I found out there were other ways to score. Ooh, he made it cooler.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative
What the fuck?
is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Do I have to search for those
God,
now?
it really is the worst when you collect everything in
Yeah.
a video game, and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Are they here or are they in the base game?
They're in the base game.
Okay.
Now you can go get the bucket.
Now I can get the bucket. You heard Jim in game. I did. I did.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind.
Companion cube.
It's true. As long as you hold onto the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
The fuck?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Ooh.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
This is
All
troll
this and
logic.
more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Because Homestuck trolls fuck using buckets.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Okay, is there anything that you haven't seen yet?
I don't think so.
Go look at the
Epilogue?
epilogue.
Setting world champion? Updated, retraced, more of the same, but in a good way, sequel to the... Okay. Exits over there. Perfect. We go to the exit with our bucket, with our newly acquired bucket.
With our new friend.
Our new friend.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new
Imagine
features?
the person who gets
yes, I know
sat,
it's not
like, right
exactly
there.
clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
36?
sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Oh.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Ooh, Jesus.
Yeah, look at it. Isn't that cool?
I want to walk down that hallway.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month.
How the fuck
of
do you count
every
milliseconds?
year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order
had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
I immediately go to
frozen
heaven.
solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Don't go to heaven yet. You can go to heaven shortly.
But Stanley
Oh.
simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly.
You're
If
the
I
one that
do
did
now,
this to
Stanley
yourself.
thought to himself, it is too late. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Bangs on the door.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very
Let me
soon
out.
now, this will end. He will be
I
spoken
made a mistake.
to.
Let me out.
He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer.
No.
Now it's even closer.
You're
Here
like
it
a
comes.
cat.
Ah. It's the first time I'm playing the new content. I played like a little bit years ago. Also, Nishi, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Demon Pet.
All of his co-workers were
We got
gone.
balloons.
What
Can I
could
pop
it
them?
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. Perhaps he had
No.
simply missed a memo. No matter
The
how
bucket
hard
is
Stanley
fine.
looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Sounds like it's raining
Yeah.
outside.
You gotta find the bucket.
You have to. Oh,
There we
Stanley
go,
picked
okay.
up the bucket.
Now you're gonna go and get pretty much every single ending you've gotten. Thank
yay.
you for going backwards to the first. No, you
I thought it'd be fine.
go to the window ending.
Oh. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have to do that twice?
Maybe.
Huh?
I don't remember. We'll see. I don't have the guide up right now, so.
Nah.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
Oh,
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
oh.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans,
Okay.
and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger,
Aw.
of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
Damn, Stanley, rude.
This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh. Sword fighting.
My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Nah, I'm gonna pick the bucket back up.
Immediately.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Still can't open the 420 door. Damn. I'm gonna write that review. That's the review.
Stanley
Loved,
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
fucking
and entered the door.
loved the game. Wish there was something with the 420 door though.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I love that the bucket's a part of this now.
Go to the bathroom.
Oh. I haven't. Oh,
You
that's
found
cool.
one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
You're making me savor it. To be rich, is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one.
I knew you wouldn't go back into that room.
Stepping in.
No, you immediately get rid of him.
Bye, bitch. Bye, bitch.
You hate to see a gay man winning.
I hate to see a gay man winning. Oh, 413, Homestuck number. Close. And then we go all the way back. One second. There we go. Boom. Near 417, close both doors. They're closed. Oh, do it next run? Yeah. I kind of threw away the narrator. I locked him with the off. I locked him in the office. I locked him with the boss. Come on, Bucket. It's just me and you. This is what just the two of us actually meant. Just me and my Bucket.
Oh. I knew that for gay subtext.
That is not a gay Cards Against Humanity poll. That is just about me and my Bucket.
No.
Just the two of us. Oh, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. It's a lot of stairs. I'm gonna start wheezing. Call me Carl Weezer the way I be wheezing. Whee! Okay. So close. Let me in. Me and my Bucket gotta go. Me and my bucket when we fucking leave. Oh! Oh, there's a special animation for the bucket! Shh. It's okay, sweetheart. I love you. Don't cry. We'll make it out of here. I've loved you since the day I met you, Bucket. If I can't get out of here, at least you will. Better love story than Twilight, you're fucking right. My bucket. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket's gone. Is the bucket just gone now?
I don't know. It'd be kind of funny if you accidentally did that.
Oopsies. Bucket's gone.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it
comes
didn't
back
make
later.
a
Oh,
single
thank God.
difference.
When I need it
Nor
most.
did it advance the story in any way.
Why are these doors even closable? Also close the next pair of doors? I just trapped myself. Okay. Can't close that one. They've closed all of the doors I could possibly close. Now I'm in the best one. The one with 420. Open. Oh.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now.
I see,
in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside.
Oh,
to see it
yeah.
not just with his eyes, but with his heart.
A lip bite.
He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an
I'm
office
neither.
before.
And that's
that
how.
ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
Like,
And I keep staring. I wish he would let me in so I could climb up there. I'm so interested. That's it, okay.
Ah, no, apparently not. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Maybe different with Bucket, true.
go,
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe my bucket will be there.
It was okay.
No. No bucket.
if you
But
go
eager
straight,
to get back to
something might
business,
change.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Because
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
yeah, okay, there's a plank. Okay. So go out there. You see that plank of wood? There we go.
Another miniature Stanley
Woo!
figurine.
Collectible
This,
obtained.
You know, there really must be a snappier name for these
Where you
things.
missed
What
the
about
lift? Yeah.
mini stands, Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
I don't like that.
There
Vent.
there we go. That's the ending I was trying to figure out earlier.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Back.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he
Bucket
would surely catch them.
replacement.
It was only a matter of time.
That's
And
okay.
try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
I didn't lose it. I gave her away. She was in a better place.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. Oh? Trust the completionist instinct. Wow. Dick butt? Okay, no, that's a toilet. Oh, that's saying where they are. Oh, okay. Good luck, yeah. They all want feral.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Figlies?
Stanley?
I like
What
Figlies.
name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense
Figlies.
of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me
Figlies.
sit on
I'm
it.
going.
I'm sure it will
I'm
come
going
to
to
me.
mute for a bit to let my headphones charge,
Yeah.
but I can still hear. But all
But
the
Stanley
endings
just
that
couldn't
you've
do it.
gotten so far
He
have a
considered the
bucket
possibility
version
of
to
facing his boss,
Oh.
admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Replacement
How did I
bucket.
end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious.
No.
he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly
I need
restore
my
his
bucket!
sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Ooh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh, she found me again.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
Also, yeah,
She
I've
arose,
done
got
all of the
dressed,
all of the
picked up her
endings for the
bucket of
original.
comfort and
I need to
security,
redo them
and
now with
walked
the
to her
bucket.
place of work.
Oh, she is with the
But on
bucket.
this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Okay, we're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There will be a reward for finding them all. Looks like 427. Ha ha ha. Oh, so it's doing all the ones that I've gotten so far. Somewhere both red and blue and nearby a fireplace. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, Loki pokey.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes,
Yeah.
this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Is there another fireplace other than that one? Oh, I have an idea. Yeah. You know, you could have hidden it back here, but okay.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Yay!
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
None of us can. This is gonna be
The elevator
most
raced downward, plummeting towards an
annoying one to get
unknown
again.
fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
The bucket is here for me.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Change numbers.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Fine.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence.
How dare the bucket?
Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Oh.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
More bucket ride.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's.
Sorry, I was
And it would be
replying
through the
to a
public eye
comment
that the bucket would finally
that I
understand
received
Stanley's
because
work.
I had asked a question on a tech channel about how I could use a capture card without having to, like, make my Switch be on one of my monitors and just have it used through OBS. And the person said that that's not possible. And I call bullshit because I already figured it out and found another video that told me how to do it. But I think it's really funny that a tech channel told me that it wasn't
For months,
possible.
He advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing
Me and the bucket
and
on
rehearsing it
stage.
until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Three.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over.
The bucket will
One
understand.
opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
Oh.
There would be no connection, no deeper
No!
understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms,
Bucket!
indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew
Wait,
more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference.
No.
There would be no more games, no more long
Bucket!
conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
No.
And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Wah. And we're back.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never
Bucket!
functioned well by himself. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use
My
a
house
friend.
looks better though.
And then, very distressingly,
Yeah.
he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Those are my sex toys.
Also, I'm gonna leave and rejoin the call because it's kind of messed up on my end.
Oh, okay. Bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
I'll take you back home. Yeah,
Lately,
Bucket.
I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Back to work.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
That's a lot.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
I know, right? You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? I do.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Relive the same day over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Back home. Home to work.
No,
and work to...
I'm having feelings.
Oh, fancy.
The bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Oh, it's 4 a.m.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No.
Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Fine.
All of its co-workers were gone.
We want
What
the
could it
bucket.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the doors. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket, two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout, here, next to room 417. What a treat. Ah, no, apparently not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket is never
Stanley
wrong.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
No, I'm good.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Not even gonna say anything about that. Wow.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much
That
of
sign
the
is there from the
impact of story is
beginning?
dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Is this
Now
a
then,
bucket?
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
We'll find out.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Is it gonna be a bucket every time I say it's not a bucket, and not a bucket every time I say it's a bucket?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was
Thank you.
starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Okay, next one.
Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
What? That's a tractor!
No, it's a bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both.
What?
Gotcha.
What?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
If you take it from my arms, I swear. Yeah.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Nothing is a bucket in which we hold something.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these
Something
questions
that
with
holds
confidence.
something.
And yet now I'm
We are all
interested.
buckets.
Do any of us know what a bucket is?
We are all buckets.
Aye, a bucket.
Yes.
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Oh, no.
I can't have that. I'm sorry.
Our third
I'm
wheel.
going to erase all buckets
The
from
narrator.
the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I still have so much to
Is
do
everything
with the
gone?
bucket.
Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Everything
was
is buckets.
everything a bucket?
Everything's a
Every single
bucket.
thing in the game was a bucket.
It's all
Oh,
buckets.
God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
Okay,
And
you're
you,
not a
Stanley,
bucket.
you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Oh,
this is
no, I am.
wonderful news. We're not buckets.
I'm
Yes,
a bucket.
I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what,
The game was a bucket.
I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yay!
And we'll know that it's all a bucket.
Yay.
But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who
Okay.
knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Bucket, bucket, bucket,
Stanley
bucket,
knew the
bucket,
office layout
bucket,
like the
bucket.
back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Did you do the baby ending?
Stanley clutched
Oh,
the bucket
no,
tightly to his
not
chest
with the bucket.
and entered the door on his left.
I don't think I can do the baby ending with the bucket because there's no buckets past that point.
Yeah, you can't do it with the bucket.
I have done the baby ending. Though I have to go back there in order to get my last Stanley Reen.
I will say we have not, and we are not doing the 4-hour
Coming to a
baby
staircase,
ending.
Stanley
Oh,
and the
where you
bucket
sit
walked
there and you just
upstairs
do
to
it
the
for 4
boss's
hours?
office.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. We're already 4 hours in. Can't do it with the bucket, but yeah, no.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Now we go mind control with bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Or do we do this? Nah. I wouldn't want to crush my bucket. My poor bucket, I wouldn't do that.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Huh?
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley and the bucket.
The broom
found
closet
no
ending
way
is
out
my
of this
favorite.
enormous pit,
Thank you.
And so eventually, they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
I love putting Stanley in the closet.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps.
No, but in reality, the one that takes you to
After some
different
time had
games,
gone by,
except
they
in the
installed
first
a few
game where I play
shelves
Minecraft.
as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Paninis.
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back.
Are those
doing it
paninis?
over again,
Those might be
staying on the
paninis
path.
before.
It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was inconsolable.
He's crying.
This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually.
And it did.
It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley
True
just
ending.
smiled. Anywhere they went together would be Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
and entered the door on his left.
Conspiratorial.
Ooh.
Broom closet with bucket.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
I love him.
You can't hand it over. No. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends.
That's my lover.
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient.
Excuse me.
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I never.
Well, I never.
Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
You
Expand
motherfucker.
on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
This bucket is my lover. Me and this bucket have been through everything together. We have survived wars.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Why did you
See,
have these stickers?
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
How'd you put it under the first
if
sticker?
you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what more stickers you'll slap on her.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Bye. So, Bucket, how are you doing tonight? My pretty little Bucket, are you doing all right? Do you like being in the broom closet? Does it feel homey, familiar? I hope so. That mean man can't get us in here. No, no, no. He's just trying to third wheel, but it's just me and you, baby. It's always just been me and you. Okay, let's go.
Yay, I can go back to
Stanley
being saying about the
and the
narrator.
bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
It's in my ear.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, mind control facility.
Lights.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Cameras.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Action.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
We have
Had
to save the
been
bucket.
told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Don't call my mind feeble.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Anti-capitalist, I like it. Have you done the normal on ending twice? No, I've only done it once. What if I do it twice with the bucket?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
I'm so normal.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
I needed
The
two
bucket wanted
endings
to
without
learn
the
to roller
bucket
skate.
still.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Throw it.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Okay. What?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier the countdown ending having two different dialogues
Yeah.
where he makes fun of you.
I want to take it so bad. Okay, I want to get the last Stanley.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
do the
this was
countdown
not the correct
first.
way to the meeting room,
Or, I
and
guess just
Stanley
one
knew
more
it
time.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Because it catalogs every ending
was
I've done
okay.
until now, right?
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I would think.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no,
Stanley
like,
was so
hard
bad at following directions, it's
reset.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been
I
about
haven't tried the
nothing but
beginner's
you
guide, no.
all this
I don't think I've
time.
heard of it.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on...
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly
Savor
Wiggly.
this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
The countdown. David Redden wrote that game. It's not a comedy game. Great story that I recommend to anyone who does creative work. Makes you think about what drives you to create. Jesus. I don't even know what drives me to
Now
create,
listen
man.
carefully.
The sequel is now paused. LOL. Oh. Where'd all the...
Stanley,
Ah!
I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh my goodness.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
His little hut in the woods, his little cottagecore
Little
fairy core
cottagecore.
moment.
It's very, very straight of him, too.
Very straight of him. This one is not even here anymore. And that one's not even real.
Here's where it all began.
I don't know
The
why it had
first
me put the
collectible.
time in the game,
Back
because it's
then,
never
we had
gotten it
no
right
idea
on
of how
clocks.
many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we
Why
know
not?
for certain? We were so innocent.
Hmm?
We'll never be like that
Why
again,
not?
Stanley.
Oh. Oh, I got 7. The boss. Oh, the bathroom.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, Okay, that's exactly right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything.
It's impossible to forget your 3rd time doing anything? Okay.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
It did not. The other dev, William Pugh, also created another game, Dr. Langsilov. The Tiger and the Terrible Cursed Emerald, a whirlwind heist. That is a comedy and free on Steam. Ooh! Games I should play.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh! Oh! Oh.
I need you to understand that there's different ones.
Depending on which mini stand number 5 you get.
Yeah.
Oh! The narrator, Stanley.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
A lot of time. A lot of time, I spent 8 minutes.
And those were very busy 8 minutes.
Very good use of 8 minutes.
And
It's
then,
so
Stanley,
nostalgic.
Then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
'Cause it
Perhaps
happened
because
recently?
it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Goodbye.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
You can't, dude. It's fine.
He is so incredibly normal.
He's so normal. He definitely doesn't have abandonment issues.
Definitely not.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
I want more.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I do.
Yes, I love that video.
It was a good video.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I
Narrator
want more
finally
memories,
realized
Stanley.
why
I
people
wanna
get
keep going. What else is
paralyzed with
there?
nostalgia.
What came before this?
For this, we didn't know about Figleys.
Yeah, no fig leaves.
No Figley.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything.
Jump,
In
jump,
fact,
jump,
I
jump,
dare say
jump,
I'm
jump,
actually
jump,
quite
jump.
fond of it now. Look how much
No
fun
jump
the
for you.
past is. I want more memories.
In order to make memories, you have to be existing in the present and doing shit.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that?
And we're
A
back to
classic
square one.
memory, this one.
My office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
You remember our date, handsome?
Yes, I'm remembering something now.
He's
I remember
remembering.
before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old.
Stanley's the
I'm
OC
looking for
he's
myself
obsessed
again.
with.
I want to go back to how it used
Yeah.
to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with.
Oh.
You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go.
One more run of the office?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yippee! My fucking hiccups.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Are you doing the countdown ending?
Yep.
Here's the door. Just go.
He kicks my feet.
Huh?
I get to kick my feet. I get to be weird about them again.
You're gonna be weird about the narrator. It's your favorite
I
thing.
love the countdown ending. I'm so normal about the countdown ending.
Is there like any specific buttons you can press, or is it just nothing?
No.
Stanley
No.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Lights.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Cameras.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
That's
and
just...
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this
Either
place
of those are
where
offices.
freedom meant nothing.
Elevator.
This mind control facility, it was too
Oh, the
horrible
boss.
to believe. It couldn't be true.
The boss
Had
is no
Stanley
employee
really been under
292.
someone's
Got it.
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't
Employee
accept
pirate?
it. His own life
Arr.
in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human.
I'm gonna do my own thing.
For he... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
I did.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification,
Wait,
nuclear
so this
detonators are set
opens
to
up
explode,
during
eliminating
the scene.
entire
The
complex.
1, 2, 3, 4,
How
5
long
buttons
until
mean
detonation
nothing.
Yeah, they mean
Let's
nothing.
say, 2 minutes.
That's such bullshit.
Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you.
running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Boom.
I do enjoy the and Stanley died again.
And Stanley,
I
of
don't
course you
enjoy
would.
it.
Of course you enjoy that.
I don't enjoy it as much as the Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment line. Because I'm not normal about that line.
Yep.
We're back in heaven.
We're in heaven.
There's a few lines that constantly just stuck in my head, and Stanley died again. Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. And, what's the wording on it? Who'd want to commit their life to you?
Yeah, who'd want to commit their life to you? Okay, it said I had to reboot the game again for the achievement thing. So I'm gonna quickly quit to death.
Yeah, I haven't mentioned the rebooting yet, because there is an ending tied to that stuff.
Oh.
If you talk to the person in the settings,
What do you mean talk to the person in the settings?
you know, the person in the settings.
It is currently 5:32 a.m.
There you go. You know, the person in the settings.
Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously, they just leave the clock set at 1200 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now.
The reason I haven't mentioned it is because that's the epilogue.
Mm. How close are we to
So-
experiencing the epilogue? You haven't
This is
slept
the
all night? No,
story
I
of
have
the-
not.
I think you have like 10 endings.
I have 10 endings to go.
Yeah, and it's all with the bucket.
And it's all with the bucket, of course. Click on door. Oh. 8888. Test achievement, please ignore. Complete the pair in 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including load times. What's the fastest complete the Stanley Parable? Okay. Super go outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Commitment. Play the Stanley Parable for an entire duration of a Tuesday. I know what I'm doing next Tuesday.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Bucket.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
You have to get the countdown ending with the bucket
Coming to
still.
a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
Is that
to the boss's office.
is that doing the ending I just did, but with the bucket?
Yes. You have to get the museum ending with the bucket, which is the freedom one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket
And-
knew all along? Was the bucket
Once-
guiding him? Yes, this
Once
is
he-
certainly the most logical explanation.
Narrator, shut up. Once you get those two, you've gotten all the endings on this side.
Okay. Confusion ending with bucket. You were so right. And I have to do the
The
one where I pull
elevator
the foam
raced
plug.
downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
And I have to kill
Everything
myself,
will
right?
be fine.
Or escape.
Stanley and the bucket walked
I must
straight ahead
escape
through
with
the large
bucket.
door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Yeah, I have so much of the
The door
right
behind
side
them
to
was
do.
not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Yeah.
Crush. Oh my god, this is my
As
favorite
the machine
Paramore
whirred
song.
into motion and Stanley and the bucket
Crush,
inched
crush,
closer
crush.
to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
My bucket has stickers. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Yeah, I said that right. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn from here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind that what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this visit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? I don't fucking know. My cat thinks not.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I think that's more than 25. Oh, the bucket with two handles. The bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. I wonder if someone has created an SCP article with the bucket. I fucking hope they have.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Bucket! Oh, yay, bucket!
But there is something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Squash. Squashed. Squanched. Got squanched. Yippee.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
Bucket.
go to the meeting room. The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands
And we
the
fucking
test
go.
of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd come into a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Bucket!
Stepping
Hi,
into the
Pam.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door
Yes,
that
we
read,
did.
Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Cameras.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Elevator.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do?
This bucket is
or not
sobbing.
want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire
One of
world.
those CCTVs looked
At
like
this point,
FNAF's sister
he could trust
location.
no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
It was the bucket
Stanley
who did it.
gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh.
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Here we go.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Oh, you silly bird.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Yay.
Yay.
Silly birds.
Silly, silly birds.
How are you doing, by the way? You
All of
usually
his
don't
co-workers
stay
were
up this late, I
gone.
don't think.
What could it mean?
Oh, I did.
Stanley decided
Okay,
to go to
good.
the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better
your
man
favorite bird?
and a better co-worker. In time,
Crows?
perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it
Fair, I
was.
should have
Had
seen
the
that
bucket
coming.
turned out to be correct? Was this better? No,
Mayhaps.
never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Kind of crow.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to, and so the two of them detoured through
I
the
don't have a
maintenance section
specific type
and
of
walked
crow
straight
I
ahead
like.
to the opposite door.
I will say, other than the very obvious answer of crows, I love magpies.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you
I
found
love
your
crows
way.
and magpies
I
and
knew
ravens.
You'd find this place eventually.
Oh,
You see, your friends and I are
this is an
concerned for you,
intervention.
Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
Good.
We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Sure. If it's what the fans want.
Oh, look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Whee!
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No! No!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I won't be ready. Bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No.
I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality
Turn it
trait.
off.
Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits.
You just
What
hate that
other
I
object
have a
in this
boyfriend
game
and
can you
you're
even say that
single.
about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
None! Because
Okay,
they'll
the
want
Bucket Destroyer
buckets!
is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans,
Fuck
Stanley. Give the fans what they
you!
want. Hurry and...
Oh. Oh.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
Good.
Goodbye, new friend.
Dead.
For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
That's what I say about my dick. Okay, fade the white light. Let's go to hell.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
I'm so lucky.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him. telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I don't care about the employee
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
Yeah, though
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real
I feel like I'm
anymore.
listening to the Magnus Archives.
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
Normal?
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
It helps.
Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
Keep it.
I can monetize it.
Oh. Money.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
I don't know if that's Stanley's voice, is it?
This is my golden ticket.
Nah.
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Nah.
Camporata.
Not Camporata! Yeah, no, because if that was Stanley, we would have been killed by Gamparata. And I don't remember that.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
No, I just don't care.
The employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
You need to kill
The
yourself
bucket was
twice.
wrong.
I need to kill
Stanley
myself
took the door
twice.
on his left to go back to
Yeah.
the meeting room.
Perfect.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend.
Blech.
So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
But.
How deeply touching.
Then we do it again.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned
Because
well by himself.
you
Stanley
didn't let
cradled the
him
bucket
talk.
in a gentle embrace.
It went to the other
Assertive.
Okay, so I just have to do that one
Stanley
again and it
clutched the
counts for
bucket
2.
tightly to his... This was not
Yeah.
the correct way to
Hog.
the meeting room. But Stanley
let
had
him
felt the
talk.
bucket calling to
Just
him,
let
telling
him
that the
speak.
employee lounge was simply the place to
I've
be.
gotten used to speed running.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
I'm a speed
No,
runner. I'm a
never
track
mind.
star.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the
I'm
meeting
gonna
room.
start playing the. I'm gonna
Said the bucket.
start playing
Don't go
Minecraft
to the
speedrun
meeting room.
music.
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive.
Okay.
I'm serious,
Now.
Stanley. Jump. Jump with the bucket.
well.
I promise you'll live. I extra double promise that you... Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
How dare he? Well,
And then you have
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others. Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah,
And
there's
here
the
it
phone
was. Had the
ending,
bucket
and
turned
then
out to be
there's
correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was
a couple
wrong.
other endings that
Stanley
I'm
took the door on his
going to
left
have to
to
guide
go
you
back to
toward
the meeting room.
because it's also
No.
command one.
Said the bucket.
got it.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Comedic
These
timing
are
guide.
the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name.
Or does it was good? I don't know.
Provide a
acronyms.
brief
Acronyms,
synopsis
I'm
of
old.
the joke, including the specific times at which the
Also, thank you
recipient
for
of the
follow.
joke will laugh, and then
I can't speak.
Spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny now."
I'm Dunny with the funny. That wasn't funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy.
Don't need to speak, just got
Finally,
spanked.
it's time to hand out surveys.
This is Stanley Parable,
Collecting
Ultra
hard
Deluxe.
data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles.
Is that Gamorta's
All of us must
army?
be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
This is the Ultra Deluxe edition, so there's a lot of new content in this game.
This video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
More comedy.
More comedy.
Really?
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery.
Ah.
You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious
Actually, I don't know if this does
The
exist in
king
the
of
Half-Life
comedy.
Portal universe,
That's
but
what
it
you'll
feels
call
like
me.
it does.
Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
Also, yeah, these
Well, I
are,
wouldn't
we're
be the
getting
king of
bucket
comedy, that's
endings
for
right
sure.
now. So these are all endings that you can
bucket
only
spoke
get
to
while
Stanley.
holding the bucket.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly.
Yep.
No need to overthink things.
Is Half-Life connected to Portal?
Yes.
Then yes, because the Stanley Parable is originally a Half-Life 2 mod.
Awesome. Then yeah, this game exists within the Half-Life and the Portal lore. Which is why it feels so Portal, because Portal was also made in the same engine Half-Life was made in. Back to the doors. Back to making a choice. Did you see the QR video in the No, I did not. I did not see the QR video.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake.
How
I
dare
made a fool
you?
of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Not again.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Oh, goodness.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I have been playing this for 5 hours, yes.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is
Language, my bad.
completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed
post
in
a
the
link in
community
chat.
of
Yes,
other
you
joke
can.
writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on, all because you couldn't watch a
It
simple
might get caught
video
by
and take a
Automod,
hint.
but I will
Are you
accept it.
proud
It
of
did
yourself
not.
for bringing
Good.
me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
I am.
No? Still not?
I'm so in
It
love with a
isn't
bucket.
Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word
I'm
to
glad this
describe a
version
bucket?
is not as sad.
Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I
I'm
think I
glad
saw
this
it
version is
playing
not
a
as sad.
guitar.
Yeah.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which
I don't
is
know how
not
I got
all
languages
pointless.
confused.
I don't...
Dude,
I'm no good
having two languages in your brain,
more
I don't doubt
instructional videos.
wires get crossed.
Exactly.
Wires get crossed with the
That's
single
what we'll
language I
do.
know.
Let's see
And I'm bad at it.
More instructional videos. Let's see.
I only speak English though. Oh. What? Then what did you say? 1 second, chat, while I go on a Google Translate journey. It's okay. We can stay in here for a little bit. They won't mind. That was Galatian? The fuck is Galatian? I haven't played since my account was banned. Your Steam account got banned, dude? Damn. Okay, Galatian is a Romance language primarily spoken in the autonomous community of Galicia in northwestern Spain. It is closely related to Portuguese, which is why it looks a lot like Portuguese. I swear, at some point I should just start doing Rosetta Stone on stream. See people hear me pronounce Korean and Japanese and Portuguese words just horribly wrong. Actually, I can pronounce Japanese wrong, Japanese well, Korean mid, and Portuguese horribly. PlayStation, but my account got banned because I stole someone's Just Things in Roblox. Honestly, that's so sad that your PlayStation account got banned. I think that theft in Roblox should be legalized.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, surely not. No, the orders were still missing. As soon as Stanley noticed that the door to his office was still open, he rushed in with his bucket and shut the door. The pressure of going out and finding another bucket variant of one of the Stanley Parable's classic endings was simply too much for him.
It's nothing but swapped-out dialogue describing a bucket,
he screamed to himself.
It's not
Your new account was also blocked? Wow.
True sequel.
No, he would stay right here in his office where things were safe, familiar. If others were happy with the bucket endings, well, good for them. But Stanley knew that one day, somehow, a true sequel
I
would
have no
emerge
clue. It was just
with
open.
actual new content. If only he had waited long enough. Just a little longer, Stanley. Keep waiting. You'll get it one day, surely. Eventually. Just keep waiting. Just a little longer.
Wait,
now.
Pem, you can read Chinese? What the hell? And now it's in Arabic. Whatever keyboard you have that translates your English sentences into another language, I want that. I don't even know this language. How many endings have you found already? Most, if not most of them, not all of them. We're getting really close to all of the endings, though.
Yeah, I think you have to get...
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
You're on your phone?
Okay.
Hindi.
Pause for a second.
Yeah, okay. I'm paused.
Okay, so, I mostly just need to pause so I can speak. You have two endings that are up to random chance is a
Oh.
problem. Because you have to get the blue office variant. And then the other ending would be just hoping that eventually you know how we had the heaven thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, until that gets back up, because on this one it didn't. Oh, you have to redo it all.
So we have to go to heaven with the bucket?
Yeah. Or we can just skip that if you don't want to do it. Because
True.
these aren't really important. And then the last one would be there is a console command thing, which would take you to the cheater's room, pretty much.
Mm.
Otherwise, you can keep opening and closing the game, talking to the setting guy, and then go to the epilogue.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
What
But Stanley
ending?
had
Should
felt
I
the
just
bucket
start
calling
killing
to him,
myself?
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Until I
Had
get...
the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket
If
was
you
wrong.
want,
Stanley took the door on his left to go
just
back
keep
to the
resetting
meeting room.
and getting the
No.
computers.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere
Geronimo!
else. The cargo.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death,
Cheater's room doesn't
that they might die
exist.
in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Splat. Splaunched.
All of his co-workers were
Cheater's
gone.
room
What
doesn't
could it
exist?
mean?
No,
Stanley
apparently
decided
not.
to go to the meeting room.
Not in
Perhaps he
Ultra
had simply
Deluxe.
missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Did you get the bottom of the mine? Yeah, I got that with the bucket and without the bucket.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the
I know I
correct
can
way to
reset,
the
but this
meeting
is
room.
just funnier.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place
I also
to be.
did. By the way, my pronouns
And
are
here
they,
it
them.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it no?
I am your little
never mind.
non-binary
The
demon.
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
Said the
I didn't
bucket.
do the like
Don't go to the
4-hour
meeting
baby
room.
ending.
Go somewhere else.
As you can
The
tell by the
cargo.
fact we're not
Stanley
12
feared
hours
that any
in.
path he walked might lead to the
But I
separation
did
of
see the
himself and
baby,
bucket, his
and it
dearest
was
friend.
annoying.
So he threw himself to his death.
I
that
could
they
not
might
imagine
die
doing
in
that for
one
4
another's
hours. I'd have to
arms.
mute it.
How deeply touching.
What is the blue office variant?
Now this,
It's
Stanley
just a-
thought to himself, this is
Random
a
version
bucket.
of the office.
And indeed
This
it
office
was.
but blue?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe it is. Let me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bitch, I wish I was a Fuda demon in Cyberpunk. You know how much I would give for a giant cock? Anything! I'd give anything! But instead I'm a castrated femboy. It's not fair!
This was not the
Still in
correct way to the
Cyberpunk,
meeting
though.
room, but Stanley had
Speaking
felt the
of,
bucket calling to him, telling
for
him
everyone
that
who's
the
here and who's
employee
new,
lounge
on
was simply the
Sunday
place
we
to
will be playing Cyberpunk 2077
was.
and
Had the
doing
bucket turned out
every
to be
single
correct?
gig
Was this
in
better than the
Cyberpunk,
meeting
and I
room?
will not stop
Yes, Stanley
streaming
thought to
until I
himself.
finish
Yes,
all of the
perhaps it
gigs.
truly was. How inside? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, I didn't.
No.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The
But Stanley feared that any path
That
he
was a
walked
fun way.
might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So
My
he
friend's
threw
low-key
himself to
annoying.
his death, that they
Damn.
might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone.
I think
What
the
could it
last
mean?
input one is
Stanley
going to
decided
be
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
at the bosses.
Finally,
Yeah,
yes,
that's fair.
the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
I love that bucket. Oh! We got it! Or did we? This is weird.
No.
No. This hallway is strange and off-putting. Because I'm not used to it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and
It's
entered
just
the
the
door
blue
on his
hallway.
left.
Different hallway. Damn. Texted the official PlayStation account some random shit that I got
Still
chat
no
banned
one
for
was
saying.
here.
Damn.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort
Imagine
now
being
more
so
than ever.
petty
Perhaps
about
his
someone
boss's
saying some
office
shit to
was
you
where
that
he'd
you
find
get
out. Coming
multiple
to a
of their
staircase,
accounts banned.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Like, oh, as long as you're not spouting slurs, just do what you
Stepping
want.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human
Oh, fuck.
life. But Stan...
I went too far.
Yeah, I realized
All
too
of his
late. 'cause I'm
coworkers
So
were
did I.
gone. What could it mean?
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Stanley
I
decided to go to
zoned
the meeting
into the
with one man,
Stanleyisms.
one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together.
There's also a straight hallway to the tutor room, which is used for the speedrunner ending. Oh, I got this hallway again.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. on
Yeah,
his
I need to, at one point, I need to just keep zoning in to try and get the speedrun
Still
ending.
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and
I
comfort
could do
now
it.
more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Damn, that's petty.
Stepping into his man.
Spoon requires a few steps to do prior to the actual speedrun. Oh.
Okay, go grab the bucket.
Stanley had never seen the
Bucket.
office this
It's
brightly
closed.
lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. It's bucket time.
It's closed.
And you're gonna keep resetting until it did what it did that time.
Oh, so it's a random event that it doesn't close?
Even now,
Got it.
Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it? It's bucket time.
It's bucket time. Thing is, I have his account. Get him banned.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I think you can just
Stanley
reset the
decided
moment
to-
it.
Okay.
All of his co.
All of his co. Oh! Hi,
Well, you got the
Bucket!
short hallway.
Time.
I got the short hallway! Yo.
Stanley clutched the.
So we'll either get the blue hallway, or eventually the door will be open.
All of his co-workers.
That says a short hallway, and I meant the blue one.
Yeah.
All of his.
I can hear it.
Yeah.
All of his co. Even now, Stanley's office was a.
No, it wasn't. I still think about that office. I would, but he
Someone
has all
was
the good
following
games I
Stanley.
like.
Stanley had
Oh!
never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something?
What the fuck?
He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
There's paper everywhere!
It's
I need my bucket
time.
for comfort. Blue!
Oh,
All
there
of
we
his
go.
co-workers were gone.
Okay,
It's
so wait a
bucket
minute.
time.
What are we doing?
So, in
Welcome to the
one of
whiteboard
the
ending!
fourth- There you go, you got it. Okay, that was the entire thing.
What the fuck? It just logs that I've seen it.
Just
Open
a
the other
step through
doors?
this
Oh,
door,
shit.
Already this was uncovered.
One of them had dog mode?
All of his co-workers.
Miss dog mode.
How wonderful.
Well, at this rate, we'll get it again.
How wonderful.
I'm good at this.
All of his co Just a step. All of his co-workers.
Also, this
How wonderful.
doesn't get logged.
All of his
I'm just showing you every ending that's,
all of his co
you know.
Mm-hmm.
All of his co I can't wait to tell this story.
I'm not telling this to anyone.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Just stay open!
All of his co-workers. A soft wind.
There you go.
It's bucket time.
We're going to heaven with the bucket. Oh, it's a different heaven. Is this hell? Yes. I think I still have another ending or two, don't I?
Let me double check.
Or do you mean like playing another game exclusive? Because I'm gonna be real, it's already 6 a.m. I should probably just stay up the rest of the day. Yeah? I might take like a 30-minute break, go smoke some weed, and then play another video game. Very, very possible.
Okay, so you just have to keep
Someone was
so
following
doing
Stanley.
something
He was
again.
sure of it.
Huh? Oh yeah. We get to talk to the system guy now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get to put in your
My little
favorite-
Corbo.
no, your favorite time now.
Yeah. Oh, my favorite time! Yay! I get to put in my favorite time! It's only 11:30 for you, so you're not tired yet? Nice. It is 6:26 a.m. Check this. I will after I put in my favorite time. 4:20 a.m. Ah, 4:20 a.m. Your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? No, that was my favorite time of day. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 420 is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 420? It's like 6, so it's inaccurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I am having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data for you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple new ones. Should be ready the next time you boot up the game. Well, looks like I'm booting up the game. I have 4 out of 11 achievements for this game.
Don't forget the link.
Yes, true. Please adjust the slider until the computer is very barely visible. Sure, right there. Please adjust the slider until the cat and the dog are friends. Yay! Adjust the slider until the 5 becomes a 9. Adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. The most hilarious one is, don't play Stanley's Parable for 10 years. Yeah, like, I'll see you guys in 10 years when I get that achievement. Which one of these two made-up words is the most appealing to you? Scrumtush or okuboinkle? Okuboinkle. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what time it is right now? Yeah? Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. At least where I am. What time is it then? What is time anyways? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help. No. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yeah. Right after I do this thing. Let me open it up. I have to pause. I have to close K-pop Demon Hunter. And bonk. Dinner?
I gotta say, I don't think the audio's working.
Is it not working for them? No audio? I got you guys. I got you guys. I got you guys. First of all, pause it. Second of all, get OBS off of my first monitor, move it to my second monitor. So that I can have it up and also do shit. Like making sure that the audio is working. Game. Opera. There you go, guys. Now it should work.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course.
Mouthwashing was
Everyone
really
loves
good.
breakfast.
I love playing
But did
it.
you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know
Lunch
what a
is the
sequel is, don't you,
superior one.
Timmy? Why? Sequels are the world's way of clinging
I like
helplessly
breakfast.
to the past. We all want more of the
I
things
just don't
we
like
love,
breakfast food
and
that
we're
much.
all
I
afraid
love
of
breakfast
change,
food.
which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous to me, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable.
Oh, that is the
Sequels
narrator.
are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go.
That is him
For
doing an
instance,
American accent.
This man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention. And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government.
What?
Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived.
Oh.
And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too.
I don't think there's a
We
VOD
all
from my
know,
mouth
of course,
washing
that it was your favorite
thing. I
game
don't
as a
think I
child.
remembered to save
Don't
it.
you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable, watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour? We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get.
Ooh.
And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off.
Oh, yeah.
With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game.
Oof.
Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find.
Sorry, Leroy.
Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country.
To turn the frogs gay.
Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets.
Gameplay.
Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare
How dare
time.
he?
A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real
each
quick.
sheet is a minute.
Still recovering from a hard day's work.
True.
Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel.
Propaganda.
In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family.
Easy.
Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows.
That's
which
not how
are, of
Minecraft
course,
works.
The sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing
Everyone
the
knows
Stanley
cows
Parable
spawn
2.
eggs only spawn
Of
one
course,
cow.
you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet.
Yeah.
You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the
Bully your
world comes
parents.
together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
Hopefully one day.
Don't let the time-traveling vampires win.
One day.
Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
They were.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
loved it.
I remember hearing about that. Okay.
Do me a huge favor.
Doing you a huge favor?
Start streaming to me again.
Okay, well, I stopped streaming because the game wasn't open.
I know. I more meant like when you do open it.
Opening it? Meow.
That's it. Yeah, because I had to watch that video and hear my own voice.
Oh. Now I can find out what Explosive was saying in a completely different language. Again.
Okay.
Haven't heard of half of these languages. What the hell is this language? Luxembourgish. It's the language of people from Luxembourg. Every sentence is now in a different language. That's Afrikaans. What time is it? Does anyone truly, really know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. Now, job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Stanley Parable 2, Electric Boogaloo. Epilogue! Epilogue. Oh my god, the sun's coming up. Many, many years later. Oh, yeah, that's many years later, alright. We're back here. This epilogue is surprisingly epic. Oh. Now I'm excited. Do you think, if I look up at the night sky, that the narrator will be looking up at the same night sky? Oh shit. Must withstand the storm. No bucket! Maybe the bucket will show up. Maybe there'll be a bucket on the ground. It's beautiful, honestly.
It really is.
Oh. Oh, wait, that was the memory. Wait, this is his memory plate. No! No! His memories. The memory zone. Look around a bit. Wait. The bucket will be there. The bucket will be there because I put the bucket there. Bucket. Bucket. You're real. Bucket! We have the bucket. I'm so much happier and more content. I feel completely zen now. We're completely good. Everything's fine. Nothing bad could ever happen to us. We have bucket now. Found the bucket. Lore discovered. Oh, this goes deep. Into the sand we go. Maybe I'll find the narrator. Oh? Cookie Nine's blog. Review the Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole. Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting and a welcome reprieve. I also love the bucket. Is there a collectible book? No. Oh, newspaper. Cat dog born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. Yay! Cat dog. Stanley Parable's developers. No more spin-offs. No more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build Its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in the press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Read the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about. Yet, it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. They love the number 25. I think my name is Jim.
Go, yeah.
Maybe one of them won't say Jim. Nope, they all say Jim. Fuck yeah! Found your pocket knife! What kind of knife is it? Stanley. Yo! Oh, this is pretty. Oh, it's the collectibles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whee! Oh! I didn't know that was a thing. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We don't need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to a legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we need to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. The Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable 3 Part 5. Stanley Parable Part 3 Part 5. Stanley Parable 3, baby, baby. Baby, baby, one more time. The Legend of Snake. Hidden Baby. The Brave and the Free. The Temple of Spiders. Baby Baby is really funny. Danger of Baby. Stanley Parable 3, Danger of Baby. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this, either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again, and again, and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Let's fucking do it! Good. Then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me, so let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one less thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. It is 6:55. It is 6:55. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable 3, Danger of Baby. Oh my goodness.
Begin the game.
Begin the game. Attack on
This is
Titan
the
Season
story
4,
of
the
a
final
lad
season,
named
part
Stanley.
2.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Feel free to
Employee
skip that.
number 42.
Go outside.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh.
Grab the bucket.
It's bucket time.
It's bucket time.
Get a new content.
Expo Hall.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new
The
content for
music.
it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe
need to get to
nonsense.
Stanley Parable
I
8.
say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many
69.
different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't
If
quite
you
nailed
feel
down what
sufficiently
exactly
driven,
the
you can
Stanley
aim for
Parable
420.
2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game dev. Here we are. Go on.
That is the
Try
ultimate
out
goal.
some of the new features.
Okay, am I actually supposed to be here or like niche thief? I can't pronounce that. Am I supposed to
First off, you need to get the achievement.
Oh yeah, the achievement machine works. Free achievement. Niche thief. Okay, I can. I just have horrible brain to mouth coordination.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
And it will work.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will... As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
I got the achievement.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
No, it wasn't.
Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
Settings.
Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
He has performance anxiety.
Oh, performance anxiety, you say?
Now, I want you to go and grab the bucket.
Grab the bucket while I have the bucket?
Mm-hmm.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The most important one, the bucket.
The most important one, the bucket. Except my bucket has stickers on it, and I love it. Bucket akimbo? Oh. Do I have to put it back?
Wait.
Oh.
There are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Oh, I
Stanley!
My buckets!
Oh God, I didn't lose you. Stanley,
Oh.
the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them.
No, how dare
I
you!
know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk.
How could
I
you?
hope one day
My
you can forgive
bucket! You bastard! My bucket!
No more bucket.
No more bucket! No more. Okay, do I reset? Do I exit?
If you
The
like
Stanley
it,
Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and... All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
if you want to get up to the 8 sequel, there is a Easter egg, like mentioned. Otherwise, you've pretty much gotten every ending. There's another ending that's it's not an ending, but it's related to getting the new content that's not by the narrator with the bucket, because that's possible. But it's not that important.
Got it. I have 5 out of 11 of the achievements now.
Yippee.
Yippee. And I'm gonna have to remember to stream this to you every single time.
No, I was gonna say you can just not do it until you get to 8.
Okay. The end is never the baby.
I'm a big fan of the end is never the baby.
Oh.
There's his wife.
Yeah, there's his wife. Okay, Stanley Parable 5. Damn, they didn't give me half employee, half baby? Legend of Tuesday. Stanley Parable 5. Legend of Tuesday. It was just another normal Tuesday. Ignore the date. Stanley Parable 6. Expired ice. Oh. Hi, Stanley.
The way she's going in the circles.
Hello, Stanley.
Hello, Stanley.
The Stanley Parable 7. Forgotten Stapler. Oh, that's my least favorite ending.
That's also my least favorite ending. Fuck that ending.
It's a bad ending.
Okay, stream this one to me.
Okay.
And you're gonna hit, you're gonna actually play the game after this.
Stanley Parable 8. Journey to content. The Stanley Parable 8.
Hold on. What's this?
8. 8. 8. 8.
The
8.
Stanley Parable 8? No, 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 no. This
8.
doesn't look right at all.
8.
The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There
8.
are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8.
8.
Where did the Stanley
8.
Parable go?
8. 8. 8.
We
8.
ate it.
8.
Ate
8.
that shit. We ate that shit.
8. 8. 8.
Well, I'm looking around
8.
and I really can't find the game
8.
anywhere. No boss's
8.
office or mind
8.
control facility
8.
or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game
8.
than with the story I wrote for you.
I love this
I'm actually a little
nonsense game.
insulted.
8. 8.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
Oh, I will. Let me just... Do I have anything else? Yes.
He's done speaking after that, by the way.
He's done.
Mm-hmm.
Starting a poll. Starting a poll in chat for what game I play next.
8.
There's an achievement that just says 88888.
Give me a second, and I'll look that up.
8.
I'm just gonna keep pressing this then.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Maybe I'll get an achievement if I
8.
press it long enough.
8.
Oh no,
8.
that's connected to the boss's office.
Huh?
It's connected to the boss's office, apparently.
I heard that practice when the boss is off.
Boss's office.
Oh.
8.
You have to do 8888 in the boss's office?
Yeah, you have to do it 8 times.
Hold on.
I can't play the Stanley Parable in these conditions.
Yeah, I was about to say, sorry, you have to restart. Let me back in.
I've never played What Remains of Edith Finch, but I've watched an entire video dissecting it. It's either me or the octopus. Oh! Have you played To the Moon? I don't think so. Is that the game that Markiplier played like a decade ago? Because if so, I remember seeing him cry about it.
I love To the Moon. It's one of my favorite games.
Is it an RPG Maker game?
All of his co-workers
Then
were
it
gone.
is the one that
What could it
Markiplier cried
mean?
about.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It's bucket time.
It's from 2009.
Are you gonna play the new Off?
Stanley
I
clutched the
don't
bucket
have the
tightly
money to
his chest
buy it right
and
now.
entered the door on his left.
Well, like in the future.
Probably.
Okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
It's on my
Perhaps
Steam
his
wish
boss's
list, but...
office was where he... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Your bitch is
office.
struggling to make ends meet, so it is put off for now. I would have gotten it immediately.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing
Got it.
presence of the